Oh, okay. Just wait for the notification of me going live, and then we are in the clear for everything. As well as, real quick, where's my thing? Oh, I gotta resend my thing. But I am live. Hello to Twitch and hello to YouTube. We are finally starting. Wow. We are finally starting the final episode to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, as well as technically everything Great Ace or Ace Attorney in general. It's been a long road, but we just have the first half of episode 5 today, and then the second half of episode 5 starting next week. I am literally making it a pinnacle thing like that. I'm like, definitely next week, you know? Um, I said Friday. I meant Saturday. I mean Thursday. Jesus. All right, you know what I mean. But yes, I cannot. I can't believe it that we're here. You know. But what else to add to this whole gimmick? Yes, we are sort of going from 4 to 5. Like it's like a continuation of like two parts together. But this one is like the finale of all of the things. And again, ending in September was like peak. Like that was a like when I saw that happening that it was potentially to end in September, I was like, "Oh, it all comes full circle. We started in September, we're going to end it in September." Literally 9 games, this being the 10th game in total being played of this. Phenomenal. But I digress. Let's switch screens right here. Boop. I hope audio's going okay because because we played this last Sunday, so it should still kept my thing. I almost closed the thing. All right, we're jumping right in. Select adventure. Oh wait, no, it's a continue, right? Yeah. Yes, please. So, I did end up changing the outfits back for the whole cast just to make it like, you know, symbolic or whatever. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Symbolic in quotes. Oh right, we're starting on a trial. Holy shit. Real quick. How can I... We're starting on a trial. How can I not put my table on? How dare I? Right? Alright. Here you go. 3rd November, 9:14 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your Sorry. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Mr. Sato. Mr. Sato? Ah! Okay. Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... I'm sorry, of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me on to my feet, then? Oh dear, I'm really sorry. Great start to the case. Get the Susato takedown on us right away. Sato-san isn't her usual self at all, but that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She just found out that her father is the partner of the world-famous detective, not to mention... Ah, good morning, sir. Lord Van Zieks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. By the way, the music is immensely crazy. Oh, you know what? Let me check something because... Whoop. Way too audio. Okay, good. Because, last time when we were doing a Pokemon, my music wasn't playing, which was weird, even though it showed that it was, like, on. So, yeah. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. Lord Reaper, I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged, huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zieks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by the evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of a demigod. To wield the deadly blade of justice where I, but by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him... Oh, the song. I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public, he was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Van Zieks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth that's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life, and I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lord of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Oh. I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him to clear his mind. I thank you. Oh, hee. I love Iris. She's so cute. Surely the first and last time I've ever seen a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh. Like, oh? Yeah. Sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Seuss's laboratory. Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying. I thought you want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready for what? Oh yes. Will you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley? Looks more like a Harley. A Harley. Funny to me. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you can, possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Iris' lucky charm has been entered. You think what we'll need is luck? I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too? Do you think Mr. Sato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They, Father, and Judge Shigoku. I mean, Judge Shigoku too. Sorry. That's right, nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Reno. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper, I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zieks. How long can I expect this to be? How short can I expect this to be? Honestly speaking, I have no idea. We'll see how long the first part takes, and the second part is where we have another investigation. So we have this part of the trial. After this will be investigation, and then next week will be both parts of the last trial. Lord Van Zieks has always been a formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what Destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. And we'll continue now. No, that'd be crazy where I just decide to do 10 minutes of this. It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Mr. Nadaholda, look! Oh, shit! Lord Strongheart! Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of the condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. Is that the word? Yes, it was. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. And one over which I, Male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. The 6 jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your accolades, Lord Strongheart. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zieks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Okay. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Baruch Van Zieks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsel for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? Defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceeding brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson while investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Sogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday, that the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be inaccurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victims on the day before the Pleasant Street incident. It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's inconceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Though I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities. Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the result of the investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Gina Lestrade. Hi, Gina. Say your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade, reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina, again. What's your problem, Odo? What's with that Gina again look, huh? The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face, Lord Strongheart knew. So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. We love Gina here. All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't on it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets. It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge. Do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be! We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Baruch Van Zieks, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but... Lord Van Zieks has made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zieks has had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well then, counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. He angry. This is like the first time you see his angry expression. Alright. 2, 3, press. Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yep. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I've got the reading game button up now. Can I show you what I can do? Go on. What's the harm? A judge hasn't signaled this as his objection yet. Could try to find out. What should I do? What's this? It is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord, the prosecution has no objection. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on the particular trial of the day in question. My nose! Well, my mustache is bothering my nose. Stop it. I see you lifting. There's one little hair that likes to lift up and then start tickling the right side of my nose. The defense requires to know the club's name. The prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Right then. I got to show off my reading skills. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called The Gross. The Gross. Examine the back of the letter of introduction. Oh, looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Gross, first class cabin 0001. Or 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called. Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. To think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the Aspira. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruto? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? The details of a little introduction have... okay. Examine the back of a letter introduction. New statement, present... Okay. Whoop. Igiyari. I read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, there are places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called The Gross? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. This would appear to be a ticket for a passage upon the steamship, yes. The SS Gross. So there's a steamship named the Gross that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived at the port of Dover on 1st November. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission. That ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Gross on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. Okay, here you go. Sorry, I got lost. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Gross on the 31st of October. Examine. Let's have a look inside. There it is. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something that was. Oh, what is it? It was for travel on the 31st October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. So, present this. Examine the paper inside, the passport, okay, present the passport. It's proven by this evidence here. Yes, the evidence proves, I think. The proof is in the pudding. Accordingly, suffer 15 seconds worth of a penalty, counsel. Oh wait, did I get a separate piece of a thing for that? Hold on. I may have gotten a separate thing. I did. Was this a passport for travel issued to the victim? Dated 31st October, what are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Order. This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Gross arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on the passport. What? You mean you knew about this? The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at the London club. As the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line of the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal that I believe that's something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Sogi? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The Regent Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question. Was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Order. What on earth are you saying, Counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hands. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was in fact acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Baruch Van Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that that's Inspector Gregson. Well, what the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you considered all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Baruch Van Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who is advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Gross on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh? You have some solid reason for doubting their assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely, it's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard the steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course, no suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Gross that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade? What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier, that doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying. Even if all them bludgers what got taken out had it coming, the boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard of nothing, and I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st October. It said gross for a place on that date. It said gross for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about it being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark, and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who was to be the final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade, read the name for the court. The name that was that's written alongside the entry that mentioned the gross on the 31st October. How do you read this then? Reading still is not her strong suit. Ain't the problem, right? Alright, Odo? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas. Let me have a bash at it. Seishiro. Is it? Yeah, Seishiro. Goku. Maybe? What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku. But that's Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right. But that can't be right. I know Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector, personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Baruch Van Zieks. It's an undeniable logical argument. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you? Was that... Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice while I stand accused of murder. Look, Lord Van Zieks! The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there's one thing I can say unequivocally. The girl is no detective. What? No, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. Oh shit. I meant to read it. That's no testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Oh my god. Then I don't read a thing. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is your chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast to the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. Alright. At once, my lord. I think we press on every statement. Alright. It's fine. Yeah, yeah. Okay. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. No, not you and all. And all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what found it. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigation into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization, with you at its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Gross. Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there, because of the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. What in particular? Ah, my fucking arm. Well, besides the victims' names, the other name kept cropping up. What other name was it? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name ran over and over again. You mean Asashin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Asashin. The assassin. What? Like a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician and the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? That's true. And the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Ah, then perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been? Clearly the assassin who was meant to take Shishiro Jigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that against the final entry that listed Gross and Shishiro Jigoku? What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin. And you're saying the mark listed was Shishiro Jigoku? That's what I said! Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was Oda, or Odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago, studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of Professor case, his reparation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here has got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. What do you mean, a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course. You're right. Yoshida was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness's stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, so as it happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct? Whatever. To the professor's proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make a reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No. Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for an assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after the trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that. Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who had been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people, it's clobbers. Come on, Oto. Yes? Why ain't you say nothing? Why? Why aren't you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here. No question. You got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. Might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't be a detective. Jesus. When the trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear? I've had it with a lot of ya. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, isn't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in the cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Press the last statement. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Huh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during the cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Inconsistency. Really, Oto? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Kazuma Sogi! By you, Kazuma Sogi. Me? Is this some attempt of filibustering counsel? Prosecutor Sogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well done, counsel. Go ahead. What evidence reveals the alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Sogi said? Did we ever examine the side thing? Let me just in case do that. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. Wonder how it happened. Okay, so it wasn't like very detailed. This is the trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain. And a relatively fresh one too. What? Oh my god. You mean that ain't grease from the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it, me, with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Okay. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship dock on the northern coast of France, as shown on the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport? But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk on board the SS Gross. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you do? I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think. Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. And so do I. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So, as it stands, you proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day in the same place as the inspector? He was there with Gregson. He was there with Gregson. There's a clue that you've overlooked, a secret that the trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. Defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. You have to open the trunk. You see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glistening. Looks like a fragment of a metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tight it can't be removed. Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. There's a small piece of a metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. like the tip of the blade. A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Kuruma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it here in this courtroom, for all to see? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Sogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. The tip is missing. Oh no! The tip is broken. If the fragment of the metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Sogi. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Sogi? Yes. On 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from the notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Goku. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson on to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it. We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Goku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Gross and made for the cabin deck as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Goku's cabin. Exactly. He wasn't there though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent the night at a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk. My signature will be in a register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the Mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in the room of President Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. Jesus. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case, and accordingly, I chose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Alright. We must take immediate action to verify whether Shishido Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Deeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Kazuma's so pinning this on him, like, hopefully it'll be revealed to why. Order in the court, order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with their organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Jigoku. No one will want to kill a harmless Japanese man who had only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper wanted to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake, my lord, I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Court is adjourned for the 30 minutes. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin, I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma is in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. Something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, and I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in your trial today, then just pull the little this little Hurley's ears as hard as you can possibly can. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears. I mean, pull. Here goes nothing. Here goes then. I'm going to do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Oh! That scream! Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the Felt doll talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll put all my strength into a heave. Ah! Please, my dear fellow, you don't have to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Gross. SS Gross. She left Dover last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France. Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. Oh, what am I doing? After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried back by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So you mean you already worked it out? The steamship was where everything really took place. Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Sherlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection! Well done! You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only way for it. Ow, 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 ow. Mr. Sato, gently with the genius's ears, please. Oh my, I am ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Gross. At Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. Not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have a welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be... helpful? That would be wonderful. Until later then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Oh! I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in this mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operate in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Well, why the deuce should I know? It's ours, it's an invention, not mine. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the growth puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Nepalis, yes, before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. And here we are, the investigation part, I believe. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. The crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? I like that on his arm it says Sholmes. Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor, Tachinkin Stroganov when you see? Great detective. Ha! I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo that says Sholmes? I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now! How distressing, my lord devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world around aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard the ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There's no one with the name on board, but we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. You mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Shields realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't Great Detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plot is ruined! and you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I'm not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I assure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock. within a mere 5 seconds. If you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. I gotta refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend. So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man, so a game is afoot. Alright, examine the bell. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell about would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Set it off is crazy. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You, what are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous. No, as I told you. Now, show him now. Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there guapping at my brilliance, Mikotomo. In we go. Oh yes. All right. Here we got some information going on. This might be a short part, actually. We'll see. Ah, my ear. Ooh, there's a lot going on here. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there. They're Shishiro's, without question. Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed, he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. All right. Examine the glass on the desk. Quite an exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it is something wrong, Sholmes. You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotomo, ice. What opulence the first-class passengers enjoyed. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoy culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotomo, the sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. Okay. Examine the waste paper basket. There's a waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed, this. Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah! Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London then. And I was still abroad myself. Evacuation drill notice 31st October. Following departure... Ah, I was reading that! Ah, yes. There was an evacuation drill, how do I can't check from here, can I? Oh wait, can I read it? Oh no, it's not here. Ah yes, there was an evacuation drill, I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. I want to read that in more detail. The evacuation drill illiterary. Does it say right here? Here are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons, or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away any in wardrobes and or travel cases. Further rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. Well, the fact that they're not straight on the wall, doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. Trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotomo, there is nothing important than trifles. Probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Right. Cancel it, right? The wall is slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed. What you have observed arises with when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be an elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus on our attention elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Examine the rectangular wall. Examine the trunk. The very sizable trunk indeed. Toshiro is partially to all things large, and a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity, it's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combination at present. Okay. You were still here. Ah, Able Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Huh? You were waiting for me. Of course! I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of a trick you played before. Poor innocent Tachinkin. I hope that's how you say that. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kukui! Kukui? Kukui? I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff. You know exactly where the man is even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you worked it out, all of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing will please me more. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. Yes, of course. I see you noted it too, Mikotomo. Then please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked, wait, what? Disembarked 2 hours ago. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. It's been 10 years, since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in the cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I could manage that. The glass containing ice, right? Oh, he even has a voice line for it. Nah, what was that? Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind of the refreshments, Sholmes. Oh, get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Shogunov? But why would Shishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Gross are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Shishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage, as I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. This is news to you, is it, Mr. Shogunov? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in the cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears at a place which I am quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something at a place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here, are being masked by something more grotesque. Quite incordious. I must say I did foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. It's the rules of passage in the frame in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded, the frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. You are right. When did the frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Shogunov? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Ugh. Oh dear, that really seems to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Shogunov. I have a distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you were talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? So we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because, aren't you? Yeah. Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains this reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. My dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study a subject but from every angle. And I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that. I gave him an accent by accident. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite the universal language of the world. Money. And I'd wager that Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unflattering ally. Yes, I think you're on to something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in the burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man turned his entire head. Not exactly what you describe a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. I like that this is not how him and Ryu does. Like, it's like, this is like old friendship. Like, they know shit back to back. The way how they like go back and forth with each other. That's just crazy. Obviously, Ryu's still like new to like Sholmes' deduction shit, so he's like, he played with it. You turned immediately to look at the large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is at the very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has if he still has breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. Oops. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside the trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you could confirm, Mr. Shogunov. No, I know nothing about combination code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me to? It's a 7-digit number. Remember, quickly now, we have little time. Oh shit. Well, good thing they wrote in the fucking guide. Four or five. Oh, you could also see it right there. Here. It was 5. Is that a 5? Or no, is that a 2 right here? I don't know if you can see it right on the right side. Is that a 2? That looks like a weird 2. 5231045. Yep. All right. Click indeed. That did it. It's open. You had some metal, didn't you? Wow, you are very, like... Well, Eugen, you found me now. Ishiro. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know? But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read your stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London, to find this symposium was postponed until goodness knows when. It became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. I'm afraid so, yes. Of course I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. A cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So, you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking the cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Shishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk. I found a rather fascinating trinket. What is that? Shishiro. I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Sojourn. I know what it is. I know what it is. I could tell what it is. The moment I looked at it, I was like, that looks familiar to something. I was like, oh, I connected it. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on your shoulders of the rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. All right. And then we have the last conversation we have. Kazuma Sogi, I know you and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. Oh. That you're holding, you know more than you're saying. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was very confused what the whole situation was. During the past 30 minutes, while the court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expanded. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts would not be ascertained. You must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Rinosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know when to, know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. There can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony, far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Jigoku! You found him! But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened abroad the SS Groose on the 31st October. Gonna wet my glasses a bit here. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to the education at this point. Yeah, Kazuma. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until the testimony has been considered. I feel like Strongheart's gonna take over. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side. Nope, no, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day by the skin of our teeth. Oh, to be continued? Huh? I mean, I guess this is where it will be to be continued. Alright. So that was, wow, that was both parts right there and then, huh? Yes. What's it gonna say? Oh, it becomes an investigation? Or it is an investigation? I'm more confused. Let me continue for a bit, and we'll see. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom, but outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial, within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So, this Prosecutor Sogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, He's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then, but the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes, so what news of Judge Goku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already. Oh, so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes. Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation. What the fuck, did my Twitch crash? Or did I just do home by accident? Oh, I think my Twitch just crashed on my phone. That's the first. Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Ah, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kipper stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with the helping of peasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Hmm? Why not? Why have I not? Are we in the set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie Daddy. For me. That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh! Iris, do you mean? Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. Where's my AC controller? Oh, it's right here. I'm reaching. I know I still have the table up, but it's fine. I think this part is like a short interlude. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris' father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is, by the way, of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. And why don't I get an apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris' father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Let's find out it's Van Zeeks. It was just a one-night stand that he didn't expect, and then this happened. That'd be crazy if that's the truth! So let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About a telegram from Japan and about Cosmo. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Alright, so, examine Sholmes. Hi, Sholmes. Why are you sitting like that? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while, and took on with hungry eyes. Huh. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I'd played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. Could probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. A telegram from Japan. So, what was the telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this. I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as I indicated, duplicate follows. Keisogi A. Shin. Sorry. Just fixing my stash. Keisogi A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. It came up in an unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be a masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets of foreign states, and exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked. We deciphered a fragment of a message. Keisogi A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. And in my name. Wonder what guys he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway. The list of names was found in Shishido's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of the names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Cosmo's death. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Bureau. It was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing this the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one assistant to be accommodated on the study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in the aid of stopping Cosmo coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's blah, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue shortly. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me. I have often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would arise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as a perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehensions to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Mr. Sato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh? And an omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Oh. There was no room for doubt with your instructions of this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Goku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew this that's where the list of names would be found. Keisoge, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. But we only learnt of those 4 names just only 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared at a part of a top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others of intercepting state secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after the list of 4 names were wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. J.H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct and partially mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Jones, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. The 4 names. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asashin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed, and accordingly I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to the proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. I determined that it would be the safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why you went to such a length to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I've recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. Just no? Okay. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. You mean about Asashin, I presume? Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Josiah Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? Topsy hypothesis. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is the list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashin is because he was a target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean? But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? The assassin exchange. I think that's the last one we got. Alright. Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those parties that then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by council jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into place suggests intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels. These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by the common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That this association and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Shishido Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson. The Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferring to Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Alright everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one night. Or one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. Our preparations. Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is. A little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well then, Iris, you must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Good old Sholmes. Alright. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? Hehe. You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So, the overnight break in this trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, an extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Okay, cute. What a cute little statement. Alright, now we're good. This section should be shorter for this part 2 trial that we're having. And then the after this one is like way longer. Hello there, YouTube. Welcome back from your little break of like in between last part to this part, even though they're always connected together. But hello and welcome to the final stream of the Great Ace Attorney, as well as the entire Ace Attorney series, which I am very excited for. Let's move on from here. 4 November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey Courtroom. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that its respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing. That we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you won't take this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as a prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Just give me 1 second here for this. Making sure my audio is actually going good too. Did I lock the door? Yes, I did. Okay. And my audio is good. Okay. Get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baruch Van Zieks. The defense is ready, my lord. Prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. Ooh, the music's going crazy. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke, it's time for the steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. This is all of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That makes sense. For this chapter. Or this episode name. Want to state your name and occupation for the court. Huh? So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did that. I did what was necessary. Well, look at the young man has become. Didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. Witness I will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku. A Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposiums as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. To Shigoku, I must ask. Oh, I never. Well, I never fancied the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I have to object to to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be a question of etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed. Wait, I appreciate? For which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I am in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end too. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Objection. Yeah. Telegram. I was like, where is it? I'm like looking for it. There's a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in the Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Josiah Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Blah, 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 blah. Are you wearing a dress? Me? As in my character? No. It's more of a, kind of like a suit thing. A. Shin and her victim, John H. Wilson. What's the pink? It's like a vest. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi. whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson, Keisogi, and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. The telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's all this about? What's this all about is what I meant to say. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you had accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name of the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Shishido Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness cabin aboard the SS Gross. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in a contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. All right. Witness testimony. The assassin exchange. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant that young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there's been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly, I can't be involved. Blah, 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 blah. So you admit it then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. Liar. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Sugi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama. Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admitted that I accepted the mission, but on the night that the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, the assassinate exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point in this is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Van Zieks. Silencer? This is like 60s, 70s, like around there. So, I mean, yeah, silencers could have existed by that point, but who knows how, like, easy it was to, like, acquire one or some shit? I don't fucking know. Prosecution accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange programmee was a facade for such a... Oh my god, these words. Machiavellian dealings. You're now seeing my true reading potential. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. All I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue the villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright, let's see what I gotta do. Alright, something right off the bat that I could instantly do. Boop, boop, boop. Number 4, present excavation drill literary. Oh. Higiari. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, told you he lying. Oh yeah, for sure. All crewmen of the SS Gross were to gather on deck for an you will now be noticing how much I stumble with reading. All crewmen of the SS Gross were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. I keep calling it excavation. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. A 20-minute window of opportunity, that's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony, no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Very well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the 31st October? Small component, first examine it. I gotta look at the... What am I looking at? Examine the small component at the top. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? The part on the top of the pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. Watch would be quite useless without one. A crown. Like what sits on top of a monarch's head. That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo, if this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Okay, so we have this. And then, now that we know about that... Oh, and then I gotta examine the pocket watch too, okay. What do you think, Mr. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really, I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really, I was just thinking precisely that too. Ah, yeah. They connect. A perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of the new information at once. Here you go. Okay. So now that we have that and the thing, present the small component again, yeah. Good. There you go. Judge Goku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? Commands 2? Not a lot, but I have some here and there. It depends what you're looking for. A pocket watch. And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. I don't have the watch time one. I forgot, I was supposed to set up some new ones, but I just never got around to it because I got lazy. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spin dial protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Goku's cabin. Tell us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Goku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, young murderer? I like that he keeps calling me a murderer. Expertly maneuver, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But unlike this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Goku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I had known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice that pitfall into which you stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course. As a man of law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon seo throw. Don't know if I said that right. No. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagined his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. So you say. Ippon seo. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ugh! I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Really? That's what makes a lot of sense, I guess. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if the testimony holds, Judge Shikoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. I will try. Press on fifth statement. Mata! But there's no evidence that proves that the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, Stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on a steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but all passengers' luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from the arriving vessel, and I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman at his hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh, that's killed the idea then. But perhaps not. Mr. Sato, we've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant security by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objections. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Commemorative photo. Here you go. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Goku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival on London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Goku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of a considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. You don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on a large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Gross is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is a very heartening. This is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move letting Asoga and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both lay firm foundations for that already. Shikoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed... Sorry. You must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baruch Van Ziek shot the victim at point-blank range. What is your fucking problem? There's no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time. Defense deductions amount a little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. Ow. The victim was shot in the little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that the Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. The photo, apparently. Not commemorative photo. A photograph of the victim. Which I have no idea where it's at. There it is. Photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that photo position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to the autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if he had been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh. Present my trunk, I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As a Minister of Foreign Affairs... At this point, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Oh, shit. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You? Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! You admit, huh? No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? Who killed the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. That's right. Who else could have done it? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. You. Shit's getting fire. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Shishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the Prosecution Council has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense? What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. Asserting that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to their assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is possible. Joshigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed the logical reasoning is the future of the jujutsu process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? This itinerary for crew members of the SS Gross, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Joshigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman's sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So, that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasonings so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent the night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. I hate like times like this because my nose just randomly becomes itchy. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself, we can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship, just waiting for his chance to come back. Igiyari. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. This time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Ugh. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh shit. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Oh shit, he broke it. I'm sorry, what? It's over. My life is over. British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan, a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at the time in Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that: the International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. Decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself. So that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. It was 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the Justiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the Essex Gross, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young Jujutsu assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced that, when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candlestick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on. Although I suspected I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. That hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't know that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back into his pocket and the following morning, but, well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Whew. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. Sorry. Had a burp there. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins, what a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished, all of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Oh, interesting, but it's a guilty towards him. Okay. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of the court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. This man really destroyed the shit out of the fucking witness stand. And it's just gone. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent convenience of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however. Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for your formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Baruch Van Zieks, Kazuma! The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Baruch Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the Assassin Exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we were already established, the Reaper himself... Oh, yeah. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecutor hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baruch Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? He's very determined to get this, like, to pin him on as a Reaper. Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery council. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the Assassin Exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks, and I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it is extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. That explains what the next part is like fucking massive. Pray turn a blind eye to this discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hollow challenge. Or hasn't soured, is what he said, right? Hasn't soured, yeah. Lord Van Zieks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment that he's not thinking logically. You're right, he's not himself. I knew it would be like this, and I came here today to determine to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. And that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. The Reaper and the Assassination Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. On Statement 4. So you deny all accusation by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear? Forswear, yeah. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes. Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? I desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. Oh. I want you to remember what you said, or what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense proceeds to cross-examination of the witness. Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within the man's testimony. Alright. Here we go. The reason why the next part's gonna be like a mile long. Higiari! What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from an undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have to for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in the very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma. You know that won't... What? What? You know this won't wash. Okay. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, there's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Sashiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I have already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? Secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Kuruma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're the Asogi's young lad, are you? What, you're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But, unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then, the evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So, that's when the tip of your sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. The results of Clint Van Ziek's autopsy were fabricated. The investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it, and they can only have been ordered to prevent the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baruch Van Zieks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who lays whatever with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of a man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baruch Van Zieks. Yigiari! Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for the trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zieks. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Male Strongheart. This motherfucker! The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself! Male Strongheart! What? Lord Strongheart? Guilty. Okay. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professors in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy report, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Sashiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. This is insane. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue. But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasies that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh. Order in report. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? That's, wow, he kind of just admitted it right there, where he's like, no one can really prove it wrong when there's two people that I had killed, you know? Who were involved. So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. The court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. There is someone. He's gone to an extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to shore Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Sith won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. Now that we're all in unison, like all three of us against him, is really cool. Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, please. This trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. Person that the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is Yujin Mikotoba. Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Yujin Mikotoba 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could this testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was a primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was a primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him in the stand in minutes. No, of course, he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Sully, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence but that's exactly why we need witnesses' testimony. The professor's case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. Well, we all know that what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you'll be remanded following these proceedings willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. His futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Sogi. Ugh. Ah! That's all I got. I don't have the energy to truly yell. That will be oh. Is that my favorite character? One of my favorite characters of this whole series? Yeah! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end of this stage. Is it really, and why would that be? You need only recall your own words from opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir. Oh. The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to these prevarications of your superiors. How fantastic. Order to court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of Reapers' decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence. He's right. The judge has absolute authority there. Or here. Yes, if he called the trial to an end, but will that really do? Since dark things occurring behind the scenes, there's a single person here present who can honestly say, okay, what? Is his name Sholmes, just combination of Sherlock Holmes? So his name is Herlock Sholmes. So they pretty much just switched the S and the H. Or they added an S in his first part and then, you know, they took away the S from that. They just removed the S and put it on the other one. Because they were afraid of, what's it called? Of, copyright claims and shit like that for when they were making the game. I think in Japanese, he's still called Sherlock Holmes because they have a different, like, copyrighted system all over there. But when they translated, they were afraid that it would be a problem. So they just rearranged the S in his name. My lord, you're sure those present where you would uncover, blah, blah, blah. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish thing. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial. Testify. 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 Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of this witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in the matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. I still in my pocket. Tender regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Oh, I love Sholmes. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of the Maelstrom and confront... I like that's why his name is Maelstrom. And confront whatever horror that tries to drown me under. To be continued. Now. That whole part 2 of this trial took like an hour and a half. I'm afraid what part 3, the final part of this whole thing, is how long it's gonna take, honestly speaking. Because every time for anything Ace Attorney wise, when they make the last trial happen, they do love to elongate it. Okay, interesting. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yuji Mikotoba, lecturer in forensics medicine at the Imperial Yumei University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Agori. Jeez, yeah. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Sith, I understand. Yes, Dr. Sith. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Sith that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Minister of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Minister of Justice. Some questionable strings and being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson and at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the documents and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. That's why I'm here too. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges of supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. It's crazy that we're accusing the judge. I think this is the first time they ever done that, actually. And it's, like, super crazy because it's like, he has control of the courtroom, if anything. The autopsy of Clinsburg. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart that I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach, presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Hold up. I want water. I have water in my fridge right now. There you go. Okay. Sorry about that. I might have to, like, resync, but it's fine. Ow! Wait. One other thing that I could positive... Okay. I stumble a lot. Well, nothing I could positively identify as such, much less swear to a testimony. Dracula? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? Hey, what's good, Sly? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. What's good, Ren? You know, final week before vacation. I just came back from the gym. All right. Freely with the tip of the sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in an obvious observation. Sleep schedule horrendous. Quite simple, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony, we have without question uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Uni starting absolute suffering. Oof. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. We bawling. Now, is that... Sly, is that we bawling as in... Like, yeah, we're good? Or we're bawling like, I'm crying in the club, but we're still good? All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. We're still good? Okay. But curiously, the careless axe victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. I should have invested in my stomach better. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. Set up a drink that costs the same amount of the fries I bought. That's crazy. A drink that costs the same amount of fries. Was it like a handmade drink? Have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Which is any either milkshake or smoothie or just or juice with just the same amount of fries. Yes, a handmade one. So are the fries. Well, I mean, fries are sort of technically handmade. Depends where you go, you know. But what's it called? Yeah, if it's like a milkshake, smoothie, juice, yeah, I say the price does kind of skyrocket a bit because they have to really go for, like, you know, making it and shit. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Honestly, pretty sure I would have gulped the drink in a sec. Yes, my lord. Well, the fries being about the same price is crazy, too. Honestly, pretty sure I would have gulped... Oh, yeah, I already read that. Alright, press statement 4. Fucking... In New York, that shit would be like $5. You got off easy. What exactly was it, though? What does a beautiful but dangerous mean? Well... It was sparkling and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. Ren, that's with tax? Your thing or my thing? My thing with tax would be like probably like $5.50 or some shit. You still got off easy. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitimus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. And it's a big bowl too. I understand it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. Excuse me. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep aberrations on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there, and then right before my eyes... How could they... I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotobo. Should we read something into that? Well, I was just thinking about... I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At the precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gori, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is a crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Ms. Sogi's ring has been entered into the court record. I might have to leave my foot to recover again. I kicked wrong again. You should probably learn how to kick better. Get good. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting the jewels. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Arnold. Very carefully indeed. Alright. Do I look at it? So the ring is shocking because of the red ruby. Mr. Sogi's ring has been entered into the court record. Yeah, but get better at kicking. You're doing a martial arts that involves kicking. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? You're right. That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson has requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best, what possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? The evidence, or this evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. Out of desperation. What? To swallow a ring of the size would require considerable effort and determination. Oh. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. Ugh. My brother was a determined man and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. You finished P3? I think you said you finished P3. But if he really had swallowed the enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of the passage down his throat would have remained as eternal trauma. No. Yes, sir, I did. Well, there you go. I was about to be like, at least finish the RPG game before you go into another. And there you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Oh shit. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely do you expect to see damage into the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I don't know either. Just, I guess, surprises when they're about to eat and they see something. It depends how observant someone it could be. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. Just tell the waiter to put the ring in a different place that isn't food, bro. It depends on people, really. But I wouldn't go about proposing that way, like with food items. Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easy to identify even in living objects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Whoop. We open up the dead to find the truth. I just want to get married. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. I love Dr. Gory. She's cute. It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. You see her mom. Her mom is hot. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some, back streets at the late hour. All of a sudden, that's when he got, like, protected by, like, people who were, like, who ganged up on him. Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on a cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indicate him was mercilessly found, or miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. What the fuck is your clouded judgment right now, bro? Kazuma has been getting me tight with constantly accusing this man of being like the Reaper or some other shit. Kazuma! Open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down, the truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent on I should be present in this trial, to see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you are apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? That was extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The action of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, it is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean that there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ugh. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ugh! I need water. Me too, Rio, me too. But if that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma, what's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were I love the point, were an invention, there's no inconceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. This man's like a JoJo character. Oh, the results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with the connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. he kind of has a deep voice, but I don't know who his VA is. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial, a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent, could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? A dismissal notice. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary. It led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Give or take. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in a way that the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. Must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. For real, just like me. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. 2D. Nah, it's all good, bro. I'm fine. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course. Her name is Junko. Listen, if there was a real life Junko, 1, the world would be in chaos. 2, I don't even think I would have the chance. And 3, I would probably be dead. I'll probably be one of the many dead people that the chaos has brung. Of course, because it is all intimately linked. Prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. But you never know about the chance part? I don't know. Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison. What's crazy, Sly? I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father. My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that. Are you telling me that both men are unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? Wait, what? I still remember my reactions when you told me to watch the anime separately. I was like, no way, and had to switch the other part, so that makes sense. Do it like that, bro. That was weird. Either way, it was fun. When they were releasing it, I think it was 2 different days of the week when they were releasing it. So it'll be... Let's make an example. I think this was actually the right example. Wednesday would be Future Arc. Thursday was Despair Arc. So they will do that alternating like each week. So it'll be 2 episodes technically each week. I personally didn't mind it. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared it. I hate my tongue sometimes. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind its disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witness. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. The man has set himself up with that statement alone, bro. Alright, so we got the dismissal notice out the way, then we got this next part. I fucking hate Caden. The way he speaks annoys me. I like the way how they wrote him, how he speaks. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passersby. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I beg your pardon, of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be a chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Lost the professor! We've already been through all that this before, a decade ago, and the conclusion was that there was not anything untoward happen. I think someone told me he's Scottish. So there's that. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan that of complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to your shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that the intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witness give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I deny Ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. So he says. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I deny Ken that. I hate him. You're saying you don't know? Thank you, Asogi, for at least fucking explaining what he said. Listen, there was not a thing about the professor case that was not unusual in some way. And I asked any question. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't not tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there was clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and the office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitted to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well, proceed, counsel. Alright. Fifth statement, pursue Vigil. Copy. That's when you press the statement 5. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of your plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Vigil? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it, some sort of Barkley convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? Sometimes you know what's funny? Sometimes these characters from the Ace Attorney series, they act like JoJo characters, like just doing random poses. And it's just so funny that I'm just like, you know what? I kind of go with it. For the last 10 years, I completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barkley, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation beyond the jailbreak, a tween, just put the B! Why can't you just, whatever. Asogi and a body at the top. It does not quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. God, go on then. Stay your ass shut. Stay your ass shut. You're gonna get caught. Ah, fuck. This is on me. This is on me. I deserve this. I pressed right on the D-pad. Okay. Over there. Asogi papers. The Asogi papers. Where are they? Here. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed, some kind of weapon. Havers, the fellow could not possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barkley. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squeal, did ya? Yo, wee rat. Did I tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Ah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of what will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon! And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, the document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Wouldn't I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx! Jinx? What the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper. In the fellow's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? We're in his cell. We all searched that place from top to bottom. Well, you did not do a proper job, eh? Peely Wally Galoot. Peely Wally Galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you afore, did I know? Young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barkley Prison all these years is actually a fake? As he has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barkley Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barkley Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some elected negotiation took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over? Ah, I wanted to read that. What did you say? We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. I think you're just really trying to conceal the truth, Strongheart. Very well done. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir. My lord. I'm glad the judiciary is like kind of with us. They're really on our side for like this whole thing. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but no avail. I only found out about the Asogi Papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell, a kimono, I think it's called. Interesting. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar that the once, eh? We waffering for waffering? Finger? Waffinger. I got it. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the why are you looking drunk? Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared? Grah! Little and large, what a double act. We compiled the Asogi's will as far as it was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. We were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwritten is that all your of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And the last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Yosogi Papers. The little slaps on he has with the fucking thing. And Mr. Yosogi's kimono. Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Kuruma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forgetting it being the soul of the clan, could that man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye, he wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements in the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt. Hanshi. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Shut up! Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! What? Oh! I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining about what would be helpful. Is there something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possible or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. I did not mean to continue. Ignore that. It's statement 6 now, right? Igiari. Confession. Oh. Oh, are we? Oh, we might get to. We're close to the end. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I didn't spoil what it says, but I was just looking at like how close we are to the not guilty part. We're very close. Okay. Oh my, wow, this is much shorter than I thought then. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Havers again, you've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that bothers me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noticed on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was opened. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. The document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then, it was... Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed. It can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil. Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament? If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with the will, or with that will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What? Shit is going crazy. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No. Impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Just finished my fries. Damn, that took a minute. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene. Whoops, sorry. Need to text someone. And yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could that the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something of so demanding that it prompted the powers that be to enact the daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there could be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing the notion of phantom will nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord, it's unacceptable. What did he say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. And the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty. He said duty. To pursue the line of reasoning of his conclusion. I'm sorry, I'm stupid sometimes. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information is so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of the condemned killer. The only explanation that fits these facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. Sorry, just give me a second here. Fixing my sister. My bad for this like little interruption when like a critical moment right now. Okay. Ah! I want to read that. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. Vince's last name is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Rinosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was, in fact, You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession! Regarding the mass murder known as the Professor and his true identity. Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. Later, I'm gonna look up the definition to appreciate, just to make sure if this is in the right context or not, because I'm not too sure about that. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself! Ugh. Ah! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family. They've been throughout. Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. I gotta read fast. But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of aristocracies of a versatile nature. The general public ever found out law and order in this country would be falling, blah, blah, blah. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Baruch Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. It is conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was. Sorry, just give me a second here. Okay. Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of the enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you... There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it. It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, that color you described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So it is true then. Clint Van Zieks really was the professor. Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to extortionate their own. So in fact, the professor responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murder was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. We're very close to the ending, by the way. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. This shit is crazy, bro. His brother was the professor all along. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of a metropolitan police service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water-sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth was once again been unearthed. by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. You have evidence. Nothing definitive as yet. And he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of our aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the teeniest accusation of a visiting student. Teenious or tenacious? I don't know if I read that right. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Ziek's mansion on his own. Oh. As a result, and we can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. I'm super tired? It'd be like that. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did... He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all. It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered the detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fellow. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to the man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So, that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help! And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who framed his discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. And in the light of the decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me. Perhaps you have... Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? No, I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without, contention. What? I don't know why I paused. Or no, I went to the court record. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever Aras claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal, a document revealing a truth that I know you're just desperate to keep hidden. Yes, I hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what will it be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth we would do. To protect this country's law and order. At any cost. But you're kind of breaking the law and order the way you're doing this whole spiel. Oh. Hold up, I gotta see something. Oh, I thought I lost connection on my thing for a second. I never dare let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Maya Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baruch Van Zieks? That the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What? Brazen, Jesus. I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, and your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after all. Or after that, Dr. Courtney Sith. Dr. Sith. So what would the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I successfully safeguarded the law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes. But still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in the aid of keeping London safe. I feel like he's being manipulative about it. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. And at the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect. Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clinton wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi will still walk this earth. However much to debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The Woebegone ring, and that acted as an incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in blank ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Higiari! Objection! Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth was this contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Lord Strongheart. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words. Find the problems. It's when he said, 3 pages. Lord Strongheart, will you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a moment ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain contradiction. with which piece of evidence, I ask you? The Asogi papers. Here it is. Good at it! This here is the will left behind Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will. What? Yet, moments ago, your precise words were, how far are you, whoa, how far, I'm sorry, how far are you in this game? I am pretty far. As of how many hours so far? It's almost be 3 hours. We're at 2:47 right now. But this is really like close to the ending. Like we're literally right there. The 3-page last will and testament. Huh? Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you would identify something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaden? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there, for sure. I remember the black Wiram-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we would not have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought not be sent. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitability I hate words. Words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Okay. Very well done, Governor Kaden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present here. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Wiram language. Oh, Wiram language. It's beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words in English for you, for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the Justiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated against his message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Alright, let's hear what he has to say about it. Kazuma. The truth is shrouded in darkness, the darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal fools, or foes. Okay. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem, twist thy head. Father. What is Kuruma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Okay, there you go. Now we got the updated information. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal facilities. How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed, we cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Ugh. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. For real. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends and then you had them killed. However you dressed it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? I need to drink water. I was feeling some type of way there. Were you not too quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order this discourse from the proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over, but can I? Can I check the record first? Okay. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd! There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time. It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it? What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about the rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? How about me examine it? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle the decade-old enigma if you're capable of. What exactly is this evidence that you, the defense claims to be decisive? The hilt of the sword. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall at the mortal foes. That's a proper way to use a sword. Is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, but that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history of development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Sugi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think. Look what's inside. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? The red ink. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitability in willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zieks, at the date 10 years ago on the fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kuruma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Wait, oh my goodness, look at this. This is unbelievable. Oh, there's still another thing you could do with this. This gets you like an achievement. Twist thy head and watch the fall of the mortal foes. Kazuma's father certainly had a way with words, and he certainly thought up an ingenious hiding place too. Seems almost playful at first, but I do wonder if over the years perhaps the duties of the Asogi clan have actually called it such an inventiveness. Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sort of duties. Well, I could believe that. Kazuma conducts himself like someone of the weight Asogi clan appreciated, the weight of his clan's long and noble history on his shoulders. It's a rare achievement too, apparently. Alright. Take that! Oh boy. Okay, this is the final, like, piece now of everything. There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, the document was lost. That's right, it was, only. I have it right here. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Ugh. Oh, that's the first time he's ever shown, like, an actual, like, concerned face. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Kuruma. That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained was laying undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waited for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the content of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarchs is treason. You got caught! You fucked! Lord Clint Van Zieks really did pen a will that day. Exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out! Now! We have a right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty! Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. Prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake. No! Ha ha! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the poverty. A demon who had habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile Avirus? Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. Oh, sorry. There was something weird about this. I was reading the walkthrough for a bit, which is weird. Okay, sorry. That demon was my query, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guild was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under the threat, I have done the man's bidding for months now, killing those he deemed demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am internally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So you blackmailed him! He's smiling. That's crazy. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart, it was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. You were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku! There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku had a fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Ishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in an enclosed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed that what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequently frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night, blast, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundation of the empire. Then what do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he would return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Damn it, Jigoku, you let shit get to you. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Loge Cemetery that night. The silence is so impending here. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminals' underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor and his death. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson fought with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Nugget? Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... His eyes are fucking weird. Oh my god, he's pissed. When will you get it through your thick skulls? And it was all for the queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've constantly twisted the truth of bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Ugh. Ah! It's over. You got caught. You got busted. I need water. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. I knew it as soon as I saw him. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud! Keep your mockery! Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and, how did you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No! What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what, threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? It's called blackmailing, but go on. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell that requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. Is this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what happened? Wait, what? What might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amidst secret negotiations with the prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was the organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think that we've accomplished since then. A public policing force. A comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I see again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Bunch of sheep, I swear to God. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favors. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke, looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I am almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Object to Strongheart and choose to present evidence. Use evidence. Sorry, I'm just looking at what's happening. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage of this trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item, we have among the evidence, it's now. Examine the hilt handle of Kuruma. Inside is Clint Van Zeke's will. Clint Van Zeke's will has been entered into the court record. Present Clint Van Zeke's will. I hope this is right, because the writing here is weird. Why are you looking at me like with those disappointed eyes? I'm your judicial assistant, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall stand by you until the bitter end, no matter the misguided choices you make. That's very heartwarming. Oh, but it's still got me. Okay, so I gotta do the hell. Hold up. That's so weird. Certainly hiding place. It seems to play cold. Praise the greatness of the duties. Well, I couldn't believe that. Kazuma. Present Clint Van Zeke's will. As Strongheart's ruling comes crumbling down, despite protests not to read it, you... Oh, I went back up. My bad. Hold up. That's on me. Oh my. Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unrule. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Sorry. Just making sure with everything here. Okay. Alright! Yeah, now this is the last piece of evidence I need to give in. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave. Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, whoa, whoa, whoa! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice! Mr. Sholmes. You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... I'm sorry, fucking what? It's Mr. Sholmes! I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put the man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just got through this fucking joke. This guy's a fucking jester. I love him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Nadaholdo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Imagine the mocap studio here. I think it'd be funny. Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company, I amuse. Iris and I did modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation? Mr. Sholmes, what are the modest description? And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. You mean to say, you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father, I would have hoped he might have been forewarned before the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once, get out, or I swear to you! Dear me, you are, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden of Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace! What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Nadaholdo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty! Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What?! What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Nadaholdo. Order the court! I demand immediate silence! Here, Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be... I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by the third-rate detective! That's all! Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematography, whatever, you know what I mean. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Thus I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of proceedings. He sniffs to the boss, for real. And I assumed there would be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty. Yes, you know. You! I confess I am quite impatient of Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer you are the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Hell yeah! Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! There you go. I was waiting for him to break it. I thought the show was about to break. Oh my god. It broke! Ah! What a fucking finale. Shit. Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot I pursued. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Because no one would have suspected. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There's more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel a bitter regret for my younger brother. Baruch, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my poverty. I ask only for forgiveness. He did leave you a message. Asogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that the document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. Clint. Everything is resolved. That's so wild. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Sushiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why do you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I need to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You have very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Hell yeah, good judges here. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at least been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of imitations that if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. Couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese, as the circumstance of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Deeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo! What a relief! I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived my principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system has been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until that path crosses again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that the long trial has finally come to an end. About 3 hours and a half for this one, or this half. My apologies for my anxiety, for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baruch Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baruch Van Zieks, not guilty. We did it. Let's fucking go! Oh man, what a crazy ending to all this. This is all court adjourned. Holy shit. I know I'll do a lot of talking once the credits come up, but yeah. For November 4:21 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side, though, at all, Mrs. Sato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, Mr. Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. We're not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courtroom. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at the very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Hey, man. Mr. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zieks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it was I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is the document survives, and the second I cannot commit to paper. I confess my sins to my wife, yada yada yada. Yeah, we read this. Oh. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps... I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father. It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Shishido and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady at the Gentry in hiding there. A lady in Gentry? She's not in a good way. She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. Any chance? Is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something would happen to you. Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Shishido. No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Alright, I see. Very well, then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found an old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a tortured birth. Did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the monster's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I could care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clem Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confess everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. And if the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl will be forever branded as the daughter of an infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the percentage of that child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss in the end. I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. This Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba, in other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? The little thing just pinched me on the behind of my trousers pocket. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ah! Yes, we can hear you. You see that what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that the stop of Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures. Bruno, Sissy. Oh, Iris. As we're all talking about it. So please, what a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you certainly must come too. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey flustered by a 10-year-old girl again. No, really. Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ah! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks! Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no. I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from this dispute, your battle is just beginning surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Think about, like, what? One more scene? And then we're good. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm home. Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? I gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite a more extraordinary thing. Yep, I had a feeling. I assure you, it would defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard to not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Miss Jones, Professor Mikotoba. I finally am back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Sato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill my boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep. I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police for it, but why, Jeannie? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned... I forgot they call themselves dicks sometimes. Diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know? Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offer to reveal the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Huh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievement in Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jeannie. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh! Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. Look, I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, I might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jeannie. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. Wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Miki. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe me no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Aww, oh, that's so cute! That's so sweet! I think, Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes. I think that ought to be to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next time, Hurley. Or next week, Hurley. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? I love him. That was like the most sweetest part right there. I actually had tears coming up for a second there. Even this the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, turning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective and my home too with my greatest family. The spade! This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences while I lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needs to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clan Van Zieks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clan Van Zieks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Saseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the Dog's Collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zieks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. Story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles, exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive to the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in the aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris' The Hound of Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my partial notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned to the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, Having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from the expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, so as originally intended. Locum student Nadahodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... Man, this room was hella empty. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Sato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of my year immersed in this world, but always aware of the seed of doubt inside of me. Until today. Standing in the courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused, I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized, no one else chose this path for me, I chose it myself. The path of the fence lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with, that's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as whatever. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then, I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart in a few days. Now with the symposium having been cancelled now, it's such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you a good night. Susato-san! I just wanted to let you know I'm back. So you heard all that though, right? Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did. Yes, I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you made up your mind. You return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you're already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided, Nadahodo-san. You did. Susato-san? Yes. I suppose that this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. It'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me after all. She was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Sato-san. Thank you. Just fucking fall in love already, the two of you! I want them to be together. Can't believe scene after a scene. Can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going, but you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, I felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. I don't know why you got your gun cocked, but...
佐藤さん。
Ooh.
お荷物はすべて船室に運び込みました。旅立ちにふさわしい素晴らしい朝でございますね。
I love her.
佐藤さん、今まで本当にお世話になりました。麻生木によろしく伝えてくれますか。
それはご自分の口からお伝えする方が良いかと存じます。
なるほど。
Ooh.
麻生木、どうして。
親友の旅立ちだ。見送らぬわけがないだろう。
Oh, I love his voice.
ありがとう。女王陛下の国でお前と大暴れするのを楽しみにしていたけど。
うん。どうやらそいつはまたの機会だな。貴様と再び法廷で向き合う日を楽しみにしている。
あ、でも弁護士同士じゃ向き合うのは無理じゃないかな。
俺は検事になる。
Oh.
しばらくはバンジークス教の下で勉強する。そしていずれは死神に被験する検事になってやるさ。
そうか。
なるほど。一つ頼みがあるのだが。
なんだ。
今しばらくこいつを持っていてくれないか。
カルマ。
俺は見てしまった。あの日俺の中に住む魔物の姿を。あの刑事と対峙した最後の時、瞬きにも満たぬほんの刹那。俺はあの刑事に対して確かに殺意を抱いていた。
Damn.
人の心に救う魔物、そいつは俺の中にもいたのだ。俺はその事実を
This is like a nice break from reading.
そしてその魔物に見入られた者たちとこれから対峙していくつもりだ。検事として。
それがお前の覚悟ということか。
俺が自らの中に住む魔物を切り伏せるその日まで。これは貴様に託す。
This is so deep for me right now.
ああ、わかった。確かに預かっておく。
I'm feeling overwhelmed with emotions right now, bro. I can't really like. It's not even one emotion. It's like so many.
それではその日まで僕は僕の道を行くよ。
なるほど様。これからなるほど様が進まれてゆくその道、私がお供してはお邪魔でございましょうか。
それは僕だって一緒に来てほしいです。
Yay, they'll be together still.
佐藤さんは
思った通りだな。
麻生木。
本当に変わらない。お前らしいことだな。なるほど。
思った通りってまさか知ってたのか。
あの日バンジークス教の裁判が終わった夕刻、彼女は一人で検事局を訪ねてきたのだ。
御言葉教授と話したあの日。
なるほどとともに日本へ。
はい。勝手なことを言って申し訳ございません。
それを言うためにわざわざ。義理がたいことだな。それであいつはなんと。
あの方は何もおっしゃりません。もしかしたらご迷惑なのかも。
Aw.
あいつも義理がたい男だ。言えるはずがないだろう。あいつのそばにいてやってほしい。これは俺からの頼みだ。
はい。
佐藤さん。
いかがでしょうか。なるほど様。
I like that in Japanese she's saying Sama, but it's, in the English like the sun.
どんな法廷でも怖くありません。これからも僕と一緒に戦ってくれますか。
ふつつか者ではございますが、よろしくお願いいたします。
Please get married.
2日っぷりでは負けませんよ。
どうかされましたか。
でも佐藤さんの荷物はもう出航の時間です。
あ、それならば心配ございません。スサタの荷物はすでに船に積み込んでございますので。
さすが優秀なホーム女子だな。
なるほどくん。
Oh, they even got them to voice act.
それでは
I think this is like the only time she's spoken.
発射でな。なるほど。
麻生木、剣を抜け。
Oh, is this the anime style? Are we in the anime's thing? Oh no, okay. It's still like here, but. Oh, chills. Fucking chills.
僕たちの道が再び交差するとき、お前と琴の葉の刃を交わすことになるだろう。その時を待っている弁護士として。
その言葉を聞きたかった。相棒。
Oh my god, I got goosebumps from the initiation of that scene. Oh my god.
それではまた会おう、麻生木。
ああ、必ずな。なるほど。
Two best friends.
ホームズさん、本当にお世話になりました。
Do you speak?
ああ、本当にね。
Yes!
お世話をしたものだよ、君。
I love him. I love his voice.
一生忘れません。
忘れられてたまるか。ぜひ思い出してほしいものだな。今度僕が君たちの国にお邪魔した時にね。
Hell yeah.
実はこいつは意外に知られていない事実なのだが、この地球はね、思ったよりも狭いのだよ。
いつかぜひ日本に来てください。
Hell yeah.
その時はもう全力で歓迎いたしますとも。それなら私も行く
そうと決まったらしばしのお別れだね、諸君。
これで僕の物語はおしまいだ。不思議な運命で地球の裏側まで旅をした僕は、一生をかけて旅を続ける僕だけの道を見つけた。この長い旅のどこかできっとまた彼らに出会う日が来る。その時僕は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。
さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。
東より訪れた友を乗せた船が水平線の向こうへ遠ざかってゆく。
I'm like, I don't even want to speak.
だがホームズの顔は明るかった。時代が流れても友情は変わらないよ、ワトソン。
I think for a personal opinion
彼らに会いたくなったら
that I could
そっ
add.
と目を閉じればいい。
This is where they gave her more to speak on.
私はそっと目を閉じる。
その時私は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。
They picked a great voice actor for. Hell yeah! They picked a great voice actor for Iris too.
なるほどか。
She sounds very familiar though. Great ending. Beautiful ending. Making the Great Ace Attorney like the final fucking like game for me to play out of the entire Ace Attorney series. I can't believe like all this resulted so well. I've been thoroughly into inquiries about my remote the purveyor of electrical goods and what. So this, I'll let them. If you want to read it, you can read it. But oh my god, dude, I'm telling you right now, everything that's led up to this point. Fucking the first trilogy where I was like, yeah, I know the trilogy, I played the games before, blah blah blah, and then like I was like, alright, cool, now we got some new stuff happening. The Miles Edgeworth games were great. The fucking Apollo Justice games were great. One trial in particular was annoying, but that's whatever. But everything was great for like the trials. And just then we get to the Great Ace Attorney and them being like the final games that I actually fucking like play. Yasumasa, like, beautiful work with the music, honestly speaking. When I saw that who did the music, oh, beautiful work. Gotta credit them where credit's due. Character designs for like overall these games have been great. Like it's always like a unique character. There's no one like who doesn't fall and like being so simplistic in a way, in their own way. But fuck, this game was. I honestly think the Great Ace Attorney is one of the best fucking games to play, especially too. Let's see. So top games overall, in my opinion, for the entire Great Ace Attorney or the Ace Attorney series. For me, number one is always gonna be Game 3, Trials and Tribulations, or is it Justice for All? I forgot what it was called because I mixed those two up a lot, 2 and 3. But Game 3 of Ace Attorney series, the best one. The second best game, I I say it was this one. Greatest Attorney 2. Bro, the fact that they made sequels and they made the sequels so phenomenally good. Like, honestly speaking, they're so good. But, But where was I? But game 3, I think out of the entire series, I think the last part of Apollo Justice, the last one, that one was also really good because it had so much returning characters. It had like such a good ending, like for all the resolutions to everything that's happened with all the characters in general. But fuck, I love this entirety of fucking whatchamacallit. I love that I played through this whole series. I think, when did we start? We're 2025, so I think it started in 2022. So it's been a 3-year process, I think, for when we started the Ace Attorney series. That's cute. That was a cute little statement at the end for them too. Oh man, I'm so overwhelmed with emotions to share right now too, because I was like, it had such a good ending. Everything went crazy at the end with like who was the fucking true culprit of this whole thing with the Reaper. Baruch being like, you know, not apologetic, but like acknowledging what true potential like Naruhodo really had the entire time. That was so good with that. I honestly believe that they should really animate the Apollo trilogy. If they want, they could animate the 2 Miles games. But the reason why I feel like they wouldn't go for an animation for the Miles games is because it's an in-betweener. If anything, I wouldn't mind like referencing it, like in like Apollo stuff, like the Apollo trilogy stuff. I think they could reference a lot of stuff of like what Miles was doing the entire time, here and there, and like what he's been through, and that's why he's like Chief Justice of Japan and shit. Then, honestly speaking, animating fucking the Great Ace Attorney, I think would be fucking phenomenal, honestly. This game, man. We went through so much. And I remember exactly that I started the first game in September. And we're now ending it in September. So I did a full circle for finally. I was planning on trying to make it to this point for sure, though. But the game after this, I have no idea. It's gonna be in November, but it will be the visual novel game. I don't know if I'm doing Zero Escape or if I'm doing Zero something else with Zero, or like something like that. Not Zero Escape. It was something else. I just can't remember the title right now, but it's another game. It has more of a gameplay loop for it, but yeah, I want to see how to play that game too. How it would be for stream, but... Oh, there's also the AI Soman files. I forgot I had those. So I think I might play that too. We'll see what I do. Maybe I'll do AI Soman files Then I'll go into that other game, the other game that's not Zero Escape. And then Zero Escape after that one, though. Fuck, what was the name of it? So delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Credits! I'm glad that Susato and Ryunosuke do end up, like, together here at this point. Who knows what the future holds for them, though. Ah, what a beautiful picture. Oh, so cute. Yeah, I'm Sholmes, bro. I just be doing some dumb poses. Oh, man. But, yeah. Is that everything? Alright. Well, there's that. Oh, it's the actual end credit stuff, like where he starts walking, yeah. What else can I talk about? Scheduling, I guess, would be better. They got her other outfit when she was when she was a stand-in to be an attorney. That's cute. Sorry, where was I? She looked good in that outfit too. Games. So what games do I have planned for tomorrow and Saturday? Tomorrow, I'm gonna just do a random stream of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Just play through that entire game in one sitting again. Should be like a 4-hour stream, maybe a bit more, but it's just me playing the game again, just enjoying the game. As for Saturday, we have Hack. Don't know how long I'll do a stream for on that day, considering I might need to pack a lot of shit before I go on to my vacation. This fucking fool. But yeah, like I was saying. So yeah, tomorrow Sonic Adventure, and then the day after is gonna be Hack. We're gonna do another playthrough of Hack for a bit. Other than that, that should be most of this week of what's happening for streams. And then 3-week vacation where I won't be here to actually stream. But when I return in October, we'll be doing Spooky Month. I haven't selected the games yet. I still have to spin the wheel and figure out what I'm doing with that. But yeah, once I figure out what games we're playing, that'll be the set schedule for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So Hack would also be taking a long break. Pokemon stuff is taking a long break as well, so that's why it's like we're not doing Pokemon tomorrow. But Pokemon stuff is taking a break, and then yeah, so just October month is pretty much Spooky Month, where we're playing more horror-esque games, in quotes, more like psychological horrors, because I actually enjoy those more. But yeah, so that's what's happening on October, and then November is where we should start returning into like our regular schedule stuff, where we got Thursday, whatever visual novel game I'm playing, or whatever I decide on upon that. Friday, we're returning to the Pokemon stuff. It's just, there's only 2 more games that I wanted to like try out on stream, which is well, not just try out, but play it fully. But play Yu-Gi-Oh! The Yu-Gi-Oh! ROM one and the Digimon ROM one is after that one. But and then Saturday should return back to Hack as well. So that's pretty much the whole scheduling. I'll probably reiterate this on Saturday just in case, but yeah. But it's been a journey, man. It's been a long journey, especially when I started like kind of being more, because I think I would take a break. I would take certain breaks from like the Ace Attorney series here and there, and then I would turn to it and be like, all right, we're playing this again. But I was super dedicated to at least completing it by today, and I did. A 4.5-hour stream today. Last stream was what, like 3 hours, I think? Maybe a little bit more? I'm not too sure. I don't remember. But we combine those two, it'll be it's at least under 12 hours for me to upload it to YouTube. That's the VOD, you know? Thank you, Capcom, for making these games. And doing the remaster version of them. Most of these games were DS games. I just want to reiterate that. Yeah, they remastered every game possible here. They did the trilogy, the Miles double game, the Apollo trilogy, and then they done the Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney stuff, for a double, for all remakes. Not remakes, but remasters. Show me a wedding photo. I want them to end up together so bad, and hopefully, it's canon that they do. The Phoenix Trilogy was originally the Game Boy Advance in Japan. I had a feeling it was on Game Boy Advance. Oh, that's a dope-ass fucking, like, wallpaper. Because I was like, I feel like I remember seeing something like this on Game Boy at one point, but I guess it was the Japanese version of it at that point. But there you have it. The entire Ace Attorney series finally completed and done. Alright. Anyone who's here on stream currently, thank you. I appreciate anyone who gave me any sort of support over the streams. And even like currently, just either lurking, you know, just watching on the side, all that stuff. I always appreciate any type of support that is given on Twitch. YouTube, if you watch all the way to the end of this VOD, and you have seen every other Ace Attorney thing, I appreciate you. I really do. It really means a lot that someone just watches my thing. One person. If one person just watches my shit, it feels so much. Like, it's such a good feeling. But, I'll call it here. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Sonic. But, also say goodbye to this outfit, because it'll no longer be a thing, since we don't need anything to be a formality as a lawyer. But, yeah. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll bring it back for whatever. But, other than that, I'm gonna call it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Jenny.